Okay. Wait. Whatever. All right, let's do stuff. Oh, I forgot that one. Hang on. Think. I have to choose between these. Hey, Evan. I am adding to my runes real quick before I forget and send the next batch of runes to the artist, which I just finished. So that's done. Okay. So the dash is basically totally done. You can throw your weapon. Almost had a heart attack? About what? There's a giant ass spider in my bathroom? Unlucky. Do you live somewhere where there are often spiders or not? You can throw your weapon. You can summon that. Your weapon. I live where there's no big critters. Huh. Interesting. I was surprised how many spiders there are when I moved to Washington from Texas. There's a lot of spiders here, but they're usually not big. I've seen like one big one. Okay, let's start doing this. But this one is probably the one that bit Peter Parker. You have a promising situation in front of yourself then. So this is going to be a little bit hard to do. Oh, fuck. I don't even have it, man. Damn it, I didn't think this through. This is gonna be very hard to do. I basically have to make this guy perfectly aligned. That looks pretty good. This one I cannot tell. I think I gotta do this way. They shouldn't anti-alias this. It would make it easier if they did not. They do. I don't know, that's basically right. So something like this then probably. Can you put 0 in the rotation? No, because that's what I was saying. I fucked this up from the very start. I already applied, this song is too intense. I already applied all the transformations, so it's just some, like it just is how it is in the geometry's perspective. This now though, now that I extended it to the geometry, I can put that for position at least. Now I can apply this one. But this is probably basically fixed. It doesn't have to be perfect. Except the rest looks, I think, basically good. Okay, so the question is he holding it in the right spot? Which kind of no. I feel like here maybe. Now now probably yes. Okay, now we export. So this is glaive throne. Okay, now this is also very annoying. I have to align it back with the actual glaive. Now I can probably start doing local transformations. This also doesn't have to be perfect, but I might as well get it pretty close to perfect. That's basically perfect. Okay. Brings that. So I'm just gonna stick this stuff here for now. Glaive position. That's the position. It goes XZ negative Y. Rotation. Quaternions are X, Y, Z, W, so... Oh, I did not mean to do this. I'm gonna leave it in X, Y, Z, right? Yeah. X, Y, Z, W, because I will transform all this stuff later. That's what'll happen. Okay, so that's done. I think... Let's try this out, hang on. So let me go to the class manager. How do you do those smooth transitions when switching apps? I have a OBS plugin called Advanced Scene Switcher. That's all. So I don't do it. I have it set up. Oh, it's OBS. Kind of. It's a plugin for it, yeah. Let's load this. So the thrown weapons, I guess. It doesn't really make sense to be here, but I guess it is. But it could be your OS thing now. The only thing my OS does is it like lags for 5 seconds when I alt tab. Where the fuck? Okay, it's this stuff thrown. Okay, so glaive thrown. That's bomb thrown GPU? Yeah, I guess. Basically copying this into a glaive thrown particle for no reason. It's exactly the same. Windows, yep. For how long have we been on this project, by the way? I was working on Into the Spirit Well, my other game before this, using the same graphics library. So the graphics library has technically been in development like 2.5 years. And this game then I switched to this game because it'll be easier to market this game. This game has been in development like about 1 year, I think. The actual game part, that is. So either one of those answers. Was it really worth it to write your own game engine? Why not use things like a Godot? I think so, because I think that, for one, it's not very hard to write your own game engine. And I hate when I have to fight against the engine I'm using. What it was, and so it's not very hard at all, actually. It would probably surprise you. Glaive thrown GPU. And there was something else I was going to say, I don't remember. I think it also affects the feeling of the game. Like when you use Godot or Unity or Unreal, you kind of get a game that feels like Godot or Unity or Unreal, because the path of least resistance to making your game is whatever they decide it is. And that's what people do. When you're making your own game engine, kind of nothing is the path of least resistance. Everything is like the actual amount of resistance it takes to do that thing. And so you end up with something that feels like how you want it to feel for the complexity that it is. Like, think about the games you see nowadays versus like 15 years ago. You see so many good looking but absolutely dog shit games now than 15 years ago. Makes me want to write my own game engine. So the thing that I shouldn't have done was write my own physics library. I did that, and that was not worth it, I think. Because I think there's a benefit to writing your own game engine. And, oh, I got disconnected from Twitch on Chatterino. Hang on. There's a benefit to writing your own game engine for sure, like the logic of the game. And then I think there is a minor benefit to writing your own graphics engine, or library, just because it's not that hard to do. And then I think there's kind of very little benefit or negative benefit to writing your own physics library. Didn't know there's a difference between game engine and physics engine. Yeah. So like if you're I don't know, if you're doing a game from scratch, you can make a game from scratch and then also just go download like Bullet. Like if you look up Bullet, it's like a 3D physics library. I think even Unreal or Unity, one of them uses it. And then if you're making a 2D game, you would use Box 2D. Also very popular, like every modern 2D physics engine is based on Box 2D, basically. So yeah. And then like there are also graphics libraries you can use on top of a custom engine. I mean, the lines are blurry though. You're right about that. Okay, I guess I'm done loading this. I wasn't paying attention when I wrote all this code, but I think I did it. So no, it's fine. I don't mind answering questions. It's just we will see if this works. Yeah, so I wanna make a little. How am I even gonna do this? It can be some fixed array. Particles. If they're on the GPU. Do you have some time to talk about Lord and Savior Godot engine? Godot would be my preference if I had to use one. Particles 0 is nothing. Particles 0 team offset is this. Particles 0 model is. This might be kind of hard to do, but that's why I'm doing it here first. Okay. So this is the goblins matrix. And then you take this multiplied by right hand. Okay, so here's what becomes hard to do. I'm gonna just take this stuff for now. Oh man, this is so super not gonna work. Glaive transform. So this is transformed in Blender space. Okay, and so now I'm gonna guess I have, okay, make rotation quaternion. I have to convert negative Z to positive Y. Okay, so it rotates like towards your face, and then I have to change positive negative Z when I'm thinking about it wrong. That's the opposite of that. I have to convert positive Y to negative Z. So yeah, it rotates towards your face, and then I have to convert positive Z to negative Y. So that still rotates towards your face. Okay, so it rotates around the x-axis 90 degrees. I don't know which way that is, but it's either this or negative pi. If I want to write a 3D game, but that feels like 2D, like Civilization, should I go 3D or 2D? like Civ 5 and stuff, that would be 3D, but you would have either a really low field of view or you would have isometric, which is instead of a perspective matrix, you would have an orthographic matrix. Last time I was checking a Godot, I ran an issue, went to GitHub to report it, saw the issue was reported 3 years ago. Hey, Ustance. So I'll show you also, I actually added this at the request of, okay, hang on. So at the request of a Fat Goblins Discord person the other day, I realized I really am a big noob in game dev. Where there's a big difference also between game dev. So what I'm describing is kind of like engine dev, but it's helpful to know this for game dev in general. But like most actual game developers, I think wouldn't know what I said either, probably. But okay, here's the glaive transformation, which is local from 0, 0. In Blender space, rotated to hopefully OpenGL space. And then here's the goblin transformation matrix. I think I'm doing this wrong. I'm gonna just go ahead and guess one more time. This goes here. I have to put it in the right position in the goblin's bind pose and then multiply it by the right hand matrix. So let's try this. So I'll do this stuff real quick and get it running, and then I'll show you the thing you're asking about with orthographic or whatever, because I have something set up to do it really easily. Okay. Particles view. Am I allowed to do this? I don't think so. Set instances, glaive throne, draw glaive throne. I don't think so, but let's try. Whoops. Wait. What? Where is this? Undeclared identifier. What? But that's right here. Undeclared identifier. Glaive throne GPU. Glaive throne GPU. What? I don't have to import this or anything, it's automatic. So there must be some really stupid mistake. Run again. What? I mean, I guess if it's never compiling because of a syntax issue, it wouldn't print that. Huh? I know absolutely this is the type of issue where when you fix it, you feel stupid. This isn't the issue. Oh wait, that's fine actually. Bro. Like, there's no way. There's no way this is a Jai issue. I don't know. I guess I'll do this. And then I'll try to just make it compile and just see if it prints that. This gets loaded somewhere, right? Yeah. In fact, yeah. So that's, I guess I'll try to get it to print it this way. And then the other way. I've had some issues. I had one issue over the past week with a file literally not getting saved. And I thought I was going crazy until I just waited like 5 minutes and resaved the file. So I'm wondering if it could be that. Okay, so this thing, when I run this, should say, huh? And I don't think it does. What the fuck? No huhs. Okay, next step is probably print stuff. File. So it'd be particles. Glaive thrown particle. Uh-oh. What's happening? Okay, what if you come with me and you go right here? Senior level debugging. Yeah, I might have to do more correct debugging soon, but I shouldn't have to. In fact, the next step is probably I'm going to restart VS Code. Usually doing this kind of stuff fixes these types of issues, and I've never had this issue before. Okay, I'm actually restarting VS Code, I think. Goodbye, VS Code. I mean, there's really nothing to debug. I know the file's getting included. Moving to focus stream when. Bro, it compiles? Okay. I fixed it. See, you just gotta intuition debugging. Yeah, how is this an editor issue? I don't know, man. Okay, so anyways, fixed. Okay. Holy fuck. Possible overloads. So this is already a pointer, I think is the problem. That's why you don't really need to debug typically. Like, if I started trying to look through instantiated types and memory and shit, it would have taken me longer than if I just randomly restarted VS Code. Thanks for the follow, man. Okay, what I was gonna show you. Wait, what was I doing? Oh, I have to hold the glaive in my hand and see if it's in the right spot. Thanks for the follow. Okay, the glaive is not anywhere to be found. So what I was gonna show you, this is the field of view. So if you wanted it to be like Civ, you do something like this. See, it's like much more Civ-like. If I zoomed out, it's like the shadows are gone, but whatever. There you go. You're playing Civ. Meanwhile, if I were to do this extremely not Civ, that's what field of view does. Back to 72. All right. So the glaive is not in the right spot at all. So I would guess first that I have this wrong because I was guessing at the direction of this. I don't know which direction is positive around the x-axis. Editors these days can't even save a file. Yeah, actually, I don't know what was happening. But there was like nothing even to sanity check there because it was like a one-line file. It was being included in the Jai project. It kind of had to either be an editor issue or a Jai issue. Okay, my glaive is still nowhere to be found. I kind of want to just get rid of this stuff. So now it's just at my position and rotated at my rotation. Oh wait, no, this probably works, unless... I'll try this. I'm wondering if the count is actually 0 somehow. But it should be at my feet now. And this one should actually work. Okay, and it is not at my feet. So this one, like, nothing can even be incorrect about this. Let's do this. Yeah, there's kind of nothing else to do. It just goes to the position, it goes to the rotation. This is all pretty basic. And then you set the instances and draw it. Okay, I guess. Why do I have messages? Okay, it's still gone. Let me see if I'm setting the material correctly. That could be the problem. Yes, I am. Glaive throne geometry, glaive throne, and that is what it's called, right? That is what I just added, and it's getting serialized, so that's correct. This one I'll take a look at. An instant shader. So these ones are probably right. This is right, and this is right. And so the glaive throne particle is model matrix and then team offset. So yes, correct. Okay, I'm gonna render it like it should be working is the thing. I'm gonna render it at, instead of trying to do something like this, yeah, I guess instead of trying to do something like this, I'm gonna render it at just origin. With nothing else. I just want to like sanity check as much as I can that it actually exists, and then I can start fixing it. Okay. It is fucked up, but it is, that is it. That's interesting. Huh. Okay. I would think this is an issue with maybe it has the wrong shader, which I don't think it does, or yeah, this is tricky. It has the wrong shader or the attributes of the shader are incorrect because it looks like the scale, something about the scale, one of the scale directions is in infinity. And I mean, this is the shader, so let me check out this guy. This is a problem. Actually, this is a big problem. Okay. That can't exist. It had two UV maps, actually, so it shouldn't have even been compiling. Hang on, that might be a problem with my code. Oh, it's because I set the shader myself, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, fine, I guess. So I have some code in here if it's automatically detecting the shader to detect it based on the attributes that are assigned to the model. This one's fucked up too. I am confused. Okay, so we're gonna reset this back to 0 and just re-export it and it should work now. So there's that. I removed the additional UV map. So yeah, basically it was an attribute issue. So hang on. Materials do not export, glaive thrown export. Okay, and then we put it back to where it was because I want it positioned correctly in case I have to edit it more. Delete that again. Let's go to the other one. Okay, it's already applied to its position. I don't even know how this one was working. Oh, I think it's working because... Oh. If I go to class manager and look at the glaive weapon, so this one, load accessory, whatever, where is this? So it assigns it to the skinned bone shader, and probably the last attribute is texture. So what it's doing is it has all this stuff, and then it has also a location layout 3 of another texture. But that doesn't matter, because it doesn't have anything after this first texture. So that's why this one worked at all. So actually, I just need to also re-export this one as glaive. Okay, now they're both fixed. Oh wait, they're both fixed, but okay, yeah, sure, let's just try it. I wonder why was VS Code not in the background here? Hang on. Code.exe. Glaive should be at 000 and not be super fucked up. There it is, 000 facing, this is actually negative Z. So that's correct. And that's all for now. Now I can start adding some of this stuff back. So first I'll put it at the goblin's feet. I'll put it at the goblin's feet, and then let me also redraw the one on my hands to be sure that this new export I just did didn't mess anything up. Okay, so I have one on my feet like I want, facing forward, and I have one in my hands like I want. Okay. Yay. Now, let me get this transform right. So this is the main part. I'm trying to get it to be positioned correctly on his right hand. And the purpose is, when I throw the glaive, it has to come out of my right hand. So I have to be able to match... Okay, that's not right. I'm guessing because of this, the negative pi thing. Actually, I don't know. That might not be why. I don't know. I hate quaternions. Fuck, it's gone. Okay. So I'd never know how to do this, right? We're gonna guess. This I know is correct to convert the position into OpenGL space. However, this quaternion fucking sucks. So I'm gonna try to manipulate just the quaternion to rotate the rotation only. Or wait. What if I don't? Okay, let me not rotate it at all, and it should appear in my hand, but at the wrong angle, if I did it right. This will be the next step. Okay, it is not in my hand, which is suspicious. I think it goes like this, maybe. I don't know. Okay, it is in my hand. And it is... Actually, it looks like it's at the... Yeah, I guess it's the wrong angle. Okay. Now that I know this is the right order of operations, I'm gonna try to swap this back around, because this would technically be probably kind of the right way to do it. So you... You do this in Blender space, and then you rotate the entire thing by something. And it still might not be the right direction. Okay. Last attempt. Flip it the other way. Damn it. Alright. Yeah, I can never get it to work this way, so we'll go back to this. That's the Blender position. This is the Blender rotation multiplied by a rotation that should put it in OpenGL space. And if this doesn't work, it's just going to be really painful to do correctly. Okay, well, this would imply it's 180 degrees incorrect, right? So let's try this again. Okay, definitely not right. Right? Hang on, wait, that... No, that's not right. I don't know what to do. It's just something probably that has to do with order of operations, and I hate quaternions, so we're just gonna try random shit instead of figuring out the math. Not right. It also could be, you know, when you're multiplying quaternions, you have to do something like multiply by... In fact, I think this is the issue. Thanks for the follow. You have to multiply by this, and then again by the conjugate of this. So... Forgot to follow last time, not ours. Ah. So we're gonna guess again. Get ready for my sick guessing stream. Is this right? I think this is how you do it. Okay, that's not right, but that's different. Man. This is the last thing I know to try. It's around x-axis, right? Because you're flipping it. Oh wait, that maybe looks right. Hey, look at that! Woo! We did it. Yay. It doesn't look to me like it's in the right position. Like, look at it, look at how he's holding it. But... Oh! I know why. This is so fucking stupid. Knuckle glaive, yeah. It's because... Oh, this is so incredibly dumb. Actually, I'm surprised a lot of this stuff... Oh, because it takes into account... Wait, but the right-hand matrix... Yeah, I'm surprised any of this stuff works. I am pretty certain the problem is actually the goblin has a scale of 90%. Which is like incredibly stupid, but that's how it works. So I would guess I have to multiply this by 0.9. You can't do that? Oh man. If I can if I put them in here though, I think. Although that looks like a smaller issue than... Okay, so that's... Let me look at the... You know what? This will be interesting. Let's just draw both at the same time. They should be like exactly the same. They are not exactly the same at all. In fact, what the fuck? Maybe it was just wrong this whole time and I never noticed. Because the one I just added looks worse. Let's try again. I mean, that goes with what I was saying where I was like, I don't know how anything in this file works actually. Okay, now they're exactly the same. Ish. No, they're not. They're not. Which one is so extremely fucked up? I could set the team... Get... Okay. Get enemy team. The enemy team will be the technically correct one. Get enemy team. This is the first step in throwing your weapon. Getting the weapon in the other correct coordinate space. Okay, so yeah, this... The enemy team one does look technically more correct, I'd say. Which is interesting, because here they both look basically perfect. So it's negative 0.93, 0.893, negative 0.14. I think the scale might have to just be applied, maybe, here. Which is pretty interesting then, that this does seemingly work with the other method. And there we go, they're exactly aligned. Okay. That's done. That wasn't that hard. This is like really stupid though. Oh, could you for nothing? This is my debugging strategy, is have a general idea of how it's supposed to work and keep iteratively working towards that until it does work. Flawless. So I don't need any of this now. And this part, oh, I need to post in the Fat Goblins Discord. Whoops. working on glaiveblade again today. You can throw your weapon today. Wow. Okay. So I will say the glaive transform is a run of a Matrix 4 thing. And basically this. Position, rotation, transform, return. I kind of... Yeah, I want to get rid of this stuff. Hecking love compile time. I kind of do too much with compile time, I've realized. Something like this is probably okay. I was just now considering making this a compile time thing. Well, this one could stay constant. Rotation would be a compile time thing to do this math, and the transform would be another compile time thing to do that math. And like, I think I do end up doing too much with it, and it actually affects my compile times. Like, I think run is not that cheap, you know, relative to like the Jai perspective of being cheap. But okay, now we throw the glaive. There's some stuff we have to do first, like down here. Get glaive transform of a goblin without a time. I'm gonna write this method first. I don't actually know if this is correct. So it's this. Whoops, whoops, whoops. So for example, the demolitionist class. Still better than waiting 2 minutes to build a Rust program. Yeah, true. Does Rust actually take 2 minutes? What is Rust compile time? I don't even remember. Last time I used Rust was like 3 or 4 years ago. You get the goblin transform and you just multiply that by the thing. Return this, multiply it by the glaive transform. Wait, no. You have to get the right... Oh no. Oh, this is okay. It's just goblin, right? This song is very annoying. Goblin right hand joint matrix. Transform multiplied by the right hand joint matrix multiplied by the transform. I'll call it goblin transform, and you can just return this whole thing. So this already includes the 90%. Dude, it takes so fucking long. For example, I decided to try out an editor written in Rust, clone the repo, and I kid you not, it took 30 minutes to build. Really? Holy fuck. That's insane. I think I've mentioned before I want to do this, but I want to write an ownership checker in Jai, not a borrow checker, because the borrow checker like fucks everything, but I want to write an ownership checker, and I would bet a lot of money the entire ownership checker would finish compiling a program of like this complexity, my game's complexity, in under half a second. Mention that? Yeah. I really want to do it. It would actually be nice to have, because it would also, I think, be optional. You would be able to create things and say like, this has to have an owner or something. I don't know. It would not be that easy though. So, you know, now that I'm realizing it, this is kind of fucking stupid. Like, I could actually use the instance. No, I don't know. It's really, really simple to do it this way, though. So I'll continue doing it this way. And then when you throw the glaive, all the thrown glaives will be rendered in one single go by the thrown glaive manager or something. Rust is cool, but not for games, I think. Yeah. The problem is Rust is like only good for things that are basically boring as fuck. Like things that have been figured out and have things written for them, like web servers. That's like the only thing I can think of. It's web servers. Okay, that's throw your glaive. Oh wait, I don't. Okay, real quick. So there's the bow staff animation set. I don't know if you can ever throw your weapon. Uh-oh. I might end up having to buy another thing. Let me watch this video real quick. So there's bow staff. I don't know why they add all this shit music to their videos. Yeah, nowhere does this guy throw his staff. Okay, let me look at Mixamo. I realize I don't have an animation for this. If I can find, like, this animation is really simple. So if I can find an animation for it without paying $50, I'll probably just do that. Row. Technically, this will work. Okay, let me export this and rebind it. Hang on. Let me look at the character's arm position. Okay, I guess. When I get Fat Goblins, I'll make a montage video with Limp Bizkit as background music. No. Hang on a second. Okay. This is fine. Now we rebind this. Don't need any of this anymore. Cool imagery, quick scope. I know the exact kind of videos you're talking about. Here is my throw. He goes, shh. That'll be good enough, at least for now. Because if I were to buy an animation for this, I'm buying an entire pack from the people that I buy the animations from. Literally for one animation. Why doesn't this line up? There we go. Oh, I fucked it up. Okay. Retarget. And I think this one was the old one, yeah. So here's my new bones. Exactly the same. Okay, now we fix it. Does this end up classic Blender experience? Yeah. Blender, I think, actually is a lot better than it used to be. I haven't had many problems with it in a long time. Okay, so you have to stay there. I guess your root can move? Just a noob, though. Me too. And your head is always facing... Well, actually, your head angle is correct. I'll make you look a little bit more up. I don't like that his other arm is being used. In fact, maybe I can kind of just like arbitrarily force it to not be like that. Oh, that's kind of good. He's like aiming now. Accidentally. So realistically, my animation's gonna start like here. So he goes like this and throws. Okay, I'll keep it. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah, good enough. His legs are kind of like a little bit fucked. That's okay. The legs basically have no weight on them in terms of the animation itself. Why is it doing that? It doesn't really matter. Let's save this. Glaiveblade. Throw. Mixamo. Selected only, no leaf bones, glaiveblade, throw. Okay. So there's this. Okay. So when you're actually throwing, actually you can charge up. So it's going to be from like 13. This looks weird, to be honest. We'll see how it ends up looking. 13 to like 26. And then there are middle frames because he has to pause when he's ready to throw. So the pause will be like 29. Then when you actually throw, we can go from like 30 to 38. everything is over 78. So the throw charge duration. This is the charge duration. This is the hold duration, which doesn't matter. I don't think I'm allowed to make it 0. And then the actual duration of this, the actual throw, can be like, I'm gonna guess 250. Okay, wait, start. That doesn't have to change. End doesn't have to change. Transition. I'm gonna try to not change it. Looping is true. Okay. Yeah, this guy has a lot of abilities. Oh, wait. Glaiveblade. So this works a bit differently than your dash because this might be hard to do. In fact, actually, this should be 2 different. It'd be a lot easier if this is 2 different animation trackers. Because, yeah, you charge up your throw, and regardless of whether or not you actually finish charging, you do throw no matter what. So basically, this can stay. I hate that I have to do this, but this is 0, 0, 0. 0. Okay. And then throwing just has end frames. Okay, so you charge no matter what, and then you throw no matter what. That's all there is to it now. It becomes much more simple. Otherwise, I'd have to like manipulate the delta time based on whether or not you finish charging or something. Yeah. So this changes a little bit. So this is throw charging anim tracker. This is throwing. Using this guy. That's probably all I do. I'll leave this stuff here for the, basically all this is left click. If mouse right buffered, can cast changes. Oh. Yeah, this is fine. You do other stuff also if you don't have a glaive. I just haven't done that yet. Charge, throw. Thanks for the follow, man. All you people that are here, check out and wishlist Fat Goblins on Steam, because it helps a lot with the Steam algorithm. Yeah, that. Thanks, Bevan. Wait, what am I doing? I don't have to scroll up. Why am I doing this? I have to look at... I mean, I know what it is. It's... Work. Charles! How'd you find me? How's it going, man? They're charging. What the hell? Wait, so this is a throw charging anim tracker. This is throwing anim tracker. In between meetings? Nice. How did you find my Twitch stream? That's crazy. Okay, so this is all for the camcast. So to actually add the logic. Okay, the logic is just this. Whichever, my guess. I watch John occasionally. I think I've been getting recommended to a lot of people that watch John because one of my friends, watches my stream sometimes, and he has no idea who Jonathan Blow is, and he randomly got recommended Jonathan Blow's stream, and he told me about it. So I guess there's like actual overlap now, which is good for me. So this is if you are throw charging or your animation as weight. Okay, this should do it. Although you never actually throw yet. Okay, so this is the same kind of thing. If throw charging and not mouse left. Throw charging is false. No matter what you throw. Which recommendations got much better lately, I think. That actually would make sense, because I've seen a lot of changes to that lately. That would make sense. This is all I do, I think. I'm basically done, so I can throw it really soon. Throw, charging, throwing. I feel like this is still, though, very redundant, but oh well. And that's it. Work. Thanks for the follow. Check out Fat Goblins on Steam. So there's quite a bit to do here. I'm definitely gonna fuck something up. Throw charging animation tracker start frame, and so this is throw, right? Yeah. This is middle weight. Okay. This looks okay. And then the last one to do is there's a start weight for just throwing. Okay, I think I can throw stuff now. Once it compiles. Nothing is going to actually come out when I throw anything. Oh, whoops. Throw charging. Okay, so when I do this, that's not right. I think I'm throwing over and over, and the animation is not clipped correctly. That's interesting. Okay, so what's actually happening? When you right-click, if you have your glaive, what you do, you charge your throw. If your throw is charging, oh, and you're not right-clicking. That might have been the only problem. Okay, this looks like really not right. But like you can see the idea of the throw. It's also extremely stiff. My goblin's not moving at all. He should. So to make him move a little bit, I think I already have that set up, and that would be my other bone weights, which are the charging bone weights. Hold, yep. The problem right now is actually, this is kind of an okay animation I have set up. So hang on. Okay, this looks better. He's wiggling just a little bit, and then throw. The throw is... The throw's okay. I was thinking that the animation's too fast, but maybe not. Probably okay. So the problem right now is that the angle of the glaive is not correct at all to be thrown. Right back, alright. I'm probably gonna go ahead and make the glaive come out just for fun, and then fix the angle, because fixing the angle is like very tedious with all the coordinate space stuff. So yeah, let's do that. Okay. This is also a ton of redundant typing. I think the closest thing to this would be maybe Arrow Manager. Because the Arrow Manager makes an effort to actually calculate like the physics so it lands something illogical to where you're aiming. Yeah, let's just copy this entire thing. Glaive Throne Manager, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Completely replace everything. Well, let's do case sensitive. And then this capital arrow goes to Glaive Throne. Okay. So it should actually be very similar. Even with the hemisphere, actually. So this hemisphere thing is, I don't know why it's just called hemisphere, but this is for the charging animation, a little gamified flame thing. I don't know, you'll see in a second. Gravity is half of real gravity. It's a projectile. It doesn't need this. So the lines are because when you shoot an arrow, it has a bunch of little toruses that come out behind it. Which that's like very specific to the arrow. It doesn't need to be able to be on fire. That's also very specific to the arrow. Okay, what else do I not need? What is horizontal speed? Why is this needed? Oh, they can have different... That's kind of weird. I think the implication is they can have different horizontal speeds based on where you're shooting. Whatever. I'm gonna leave that for now. I think that should change. It should basically just... It should have... Actually, that would be okay if the starting speed of the arrow is always the same, and I think it is. Yeah, it is. It normalizes whatever angle it finds. Okay, no, it's not. It normalizes... So this is okay still. It normalizes the XZ direction of whatever angle it finds. Oh, and then because it's multiplied by cosine and sine, it actually is normalized. So this is still okay. So the final speed of the glaive and arrow every time they're thrown is exactly this, 0.024. So that's fine. Okay. You give it a start, a position, a velocity. Piercing is questionable. I'll leave it for now. Goblin and a target ID. That's all okay. Okay, to be honest, it's basically done. It's almost exactly an arrow. So this is in Gameplay Manager. What? Gameplay scene. I have my logic. Okay, first I'll do this then. So this is glaive, throne, manager, render. Lots and lots of redundant things, but whatever. Glaive, throw, manager, update. And there we go. So now when you throw the glaive, which I guess I'll do this correctly at the start, throwing the glaive is going to be something like, I don't need a constant. It's like, it's very simple. So this is the actual throw progress. Throw progress, get progress. I'll call it get start progress is more correct. Of this guy. So I don't know. First, second. If first throw progress is less than 0.5 and second throw progress is greater than equal 0.5. Throw the glaive. And if goblin, so this is stupid, but this is how it is for now. If you're a client goblin, you lock mutex and do this. Because the ability manager stuff is not thread safe. So we have to make it thread safe. So the start, whatever time, position. Okay, so this is a bit annoying also. And that is why I have this. However, yeah, it's fine. It doesn't have to be efficient. I was thinking about making it get glaive position, but eventually I will need both the position and the rotation from this, so having a single get glaive transform probably makes more sense. So I'll just get the glaive transform. Let's get the glaive transform of this goblin. And start position is transform the origin. That's it. And then a velocity I have to calculate. So you get the start velocity from position and position. So start position, position. Get start velocity. Piercing is, if I guess the way this is gonna work. I'm not. I guess I have to save it up front because I'm immediately throwing no matter what. So I'll have charged. Throwing charged is charged. This is, the naming looks so weird if you just look at it. Throw, charging, throwing, throwing, charged. But I guess if you think about it, it makes sense. So when you start your throw, I guess you will say charged is get the delta. Yeah, that is right. Get the delta time of the throw, charging, anim tracker has to be greater than or equal to some constant. Throw charge duration. That's it. Okay. So when you are throwing, I guess I'm gonna start naming these. Piercing is throwing charged. This is the goblin, and the target ID you might get from the aim controller. How's that work? Otherwise 0. Okay. That's fine. So I can just get the target ID and just pass it in. It's either a valid ID or 0. And that's it. Wait, that's not it. This is the remaining problem. This is a glaive thrown GPU. I'm going to call it GPUs. And it's not called modeled, even though it probably should be. Definitely should be. GPU model is this transform. GPU team offset is. Uh-oh. Wait, what even is this? Why is it? So this is, okay, I don't need this at all. Whoops. This is for drawing the arrow onto the goblin when you're charging your bow. Whoops. So this is what I actually need. And this looks right so far. Okay. Does the glaive have a team? I think the projectile has a team, and it's using the projectile. So I can probably say, get the team offset of the glaive thrown team. Most likely. And then you're maybe drawing. I don't know what this does, but you're maybe drawing a hemisphere if it's charged, which is piercing. Okay. Now I think it might work. just take a look at the rest of it real quick. Guess I don't need this anymore. You're hitting some goblins. I have a new way to do this. I added this last night. You can apply an attack, which I don't actually know if this is better. See, because it takes, I wanted it to be like a really simple function call, but it still takes a ton of stuff, which is annoying. Yeah, see, and it takes a goblin. Okay, I'll leave this for now. Oh, this is true too. Okay, so I'm not going to do this yet, but yeah, when the glaive hits the ground, it has to stay there. That's going to be a bit interesting, because it has to stay there, and then you have to be able to summon it back. Undeclared identifier. Is this private? Bro, there is no way I'm having the same issue again. Okay, time to restart VS Code. It's not saving. You can see it's not saving. What did I do? Please save my file. Oh, you're too fat for VS Code. It actually might be an issue of how many folders I have open for this project. I would really like for it to save my file though. I would want to restart Explorer, but I don't know. I have a feeling that's going to really screw up OBS. Bro, please save my file. If you click file save, this, no. Let me go take a look real quick at my folder. Maybe somehow there's like a lock on this file or something. Nope. In fact, it exists. Okay, I'm gonna copy all this stuff and then go back to the glaive. The most recent thing I did. It is actually updated, I think. Okay, it's saved now. I don't know. It's saved now, I guess. I also don't need this. All this stuff has gotta go. And this. This I'll leave for now. That's not a thing either. Anything to do with packets right now has gotta go. Yeah. Just make it arrow fly sound. Bro. Okay, there's a lot not right about that. You can see the speed is getting faster and faster. Eventually it's going to fly through the ground, I think. This is kind of hard to look at. So I guess that's happening because I should leave this. I'll also put back arrow hit wall sound. It's also backwards. And let me get rid of this guy. It's probably saved. Let's get the thrown glaive in here to look at the model position of things. And this is positive Y, right? Okay, well that's correct then. I don't know why it's rotated the wrong way. Why is it rotated the wrong way? I don't know. Wait, it has a rotation. Oh. I don't know how that happened. Oh, that's gonna screw up so much stuff. Well, I have to do it. Okay. I'm lucky. I really don't know how that happened. So I guess while I'm here, I'll do what I was planning on doing. It's probably an OBJ. Hemisphere is probably it. So I need it to be like this or something. Kind of looks stupid. Okay. There's that. I also, if it does have to move though. Yeah, it's like I can't possibly not move it. AU stance. You started hearing static? Okay, hang on then. Okay. Static is probably fixed, right? Pre-order Fat Goblins, so could you buy myself a new audio card? Yeah, too bad. I don't think Steam would let me do that if I asked. So I wonder if this is possible to do without the, if I can do it without the Z transform, that makes my math a lot more simple. Which, technically, nah, it looks worse. Well, I guess it's relative to the rotation of the glaive. So actually, it's not that hard to do. So you just take the position plus 0. I feel like I have something copied. That doesn't matter. This Y value and negative this Z value. Interesting. Is there something you need to do to make pre-ordering possible for the game? I think you just have to be like a known. Oh, my little speaking dude's messed up. I think you have to be a known publisher in good standing. Otherwise, I think the risk is just too much. Like, I don't think they want to expose people to developers that are gonna let you pre-order a game and then not release it. But I haven't looked into it. That's my understanding, though. I haven't looked into it because I'm just like 95% sure it's not possible. Okay, that's done. This is technically probably correct. I guess I should call it like glaive thrown hemisphere offset. Okay, and now back to the class manager. I'm gonna re-add this because I'm pretty certain it is super fucked up now. Because somehow the thrown glaive was 180 degrees in the wrong direction. Glaive transform. Huh? Oh. Yeah, I thought I was done with this. So probably I just have to flip that negative pi over 2 to positive pi over 2, but we will see. Actually, somehow this is magically correct. Okay. I guess I'll try throwing the glaive again. The fact that it was still correct makes me think when I throw it, it's going to be backwards. That was right. Except the hemisphere is like nowhere to be found. The hemisphere is very not right. Also, the arrow noises sound really bad. Okay. So why is the hemisphere so incorrect? It should be negative 1.4z. I think because I have to rotate this. I do not remember how. The Quaternion goes here or here. I think for Quaternions, for some reason, it's backwards. So like this. Yeah, I guess so. And does it work? Yep. Okay. Work. Thanks for the follow. You can't throw this very far, actually. It doesn't feel very good. Huh. Thanks for the follow, man. If you guys want to check out Fat Goblins on Steam and wishlist it, because it helps a lot. Wait it. Oh yeah, it does hurt people. Hey, that's not right. Interesting. See the blood down there? Oh, I can probably fix this pretty easily. So what's happening is... Okay. I want to... I want to debug it before I fix it. Maybe I'll just try to fix it first. What's happening is in the decals are like screen space decals in deferred rendering. So blood. They do this. Okay. This maybe I cannot fix. So basically, it's reconstructing the position of that fragment, and the decal is just a cube rendered wherever he got hit, where the blood's supposed to be. I render that cube, I get all the positions of the fragments inside that cube, and then by multiplying them by the inverse model, I'm putting them in the space of the cube. So essentially, they will go between something like -1 and 1 in every dimension. And I can check that. Decal particle system. My cube is... Where's my cube? Wherever this is created is my... Okay. U. Okay, so it goes from -0.5 to 0.5 in every dimension. So that's putting this thing in the space of -0.5 to 5, and then you're multiplying it by text end minus text start. Oh, and then plus 0.5. Okay, that's why. So now it goes from 0 to 1 in every dimension. Okay, now you're multiplying it by the text end and the text start, which is part of the particles. So this is the problem. It's getting it from 0 to 1 at every dimension, and then it's moving it from 0 to 1 in X and Y. But then for the blood particle is it's technically like a texture 2D array, which is like a 3D texture, kind of. And so the blood particle is clamping its Z dimension to this specific layer of the texture, but then this is actually a bug. I'm testing the texture sample to determine if you're inside the boundaries of the cube. So basically, because of that, because I'm clamping the Z dimension to exactly a single value, you are always inside the boundaries of Z. So I will call this something like local space, and then I will call this something like text space. So when I'm actually sampling the boundaries of the cube, I should use local space. That's it. Text, and it goes to text space. I guess I could just leave it as text. There's no reason not to. Although, let me check real quick. Okay, yeah, so there's no situation. I was thinking maybe sometimes I like expand the textures and then I would actually want to clamp it to text space, but no. I guess it's fine. The rest of it looks right. So that should have fixed it. Probably. So now when I hit the guy on the edge, the blood should not be visible on the ground. Then make a new guy. Your blood is not going as far. Get back up here. I think that helped. Okay, no blood on the ground. Woo. We did it! And there's blood all over everywhere else. Okay. Cool. Bug fixed. Whoopsies. Wait, I wonder if that's a similar bug with the light particle system. Seemingly no, because there's no texture coordinates. And yeah, I don't even do that same thing. Okay. Okay, it's probably fine. So, what was I last doing? You can throw glaives. You definitely are throwing them. Well, the speed you throw them doesn't matter because you only have one. I just haven't done that yet. Actually, let's do that right now. Oh wait, that'd be a cool, let me add this to my rune list for my game. Hang on. Basically, when you start off with the glaiveblade, the classes are supposed to be kind of shit when you start with them the first time. So when you throw your glaive, you can recall it. You can, yeah, I guess, recall it to yourself using, or whatever, that's fine. Good thing my artist hasn't done this batch yet. Okay, so the default behavior is going to be you have to walk back over your glaive to get it. Okay. So when you throw your glaive, this has glaive. False. Okay, we'll do that for now. I can do a little bit more. I guess I'll call it Goblin ID or something. So this is the glaive, the goblin that this glaive belongs to. I wonder what happens if you throw it off the map. It'd actually be really funny if you just don't have a glaive anymore. Like without that rune. Maybe I can't do that though. That'd be so funny though. Maybe I should do that. So you have your goblin ID, and then I guess what I will do, I kind of hate combining the logic like this. So I have glaive thrones. And then I could use the same glaive. Yeah, it is a projectile. Okay, so I'm not going to combine the logic. So glaive. What is Stux? What is this? Glaive thrones and then glaive. I don't know a good word for this. Ground. Okay, this is changing. Glaive thrones becomes throne glaives. And then grounded glaives. I guess this can change too. It's just this. This is not actually currently used, so I don't know what the purpose of this is. This is probably for the particles, which the glaive does not have any of yet. So this is what happens here. When you hit the ground, we will create a new grounded glaive. So just like this. And I guess I'm just going to leave them for now. And then let's render them. Oh, so if I'm rendering them, they have to have whatever the projectile has, which is, I guess in this context, it's a direction, it's a position, and a direction. Glaive thrown. Get the position this way. Last velocity. The direction. I guess I'll get the normalized value of the last velocity. Okay. So, kind of the exact same thing happened. And so also actually, yeah, it has a team. So I wish I had a way to do this where I don't have to do it twice. But oh well. Grounded. No interpolation because it's actually just stuck in the ground, as far as I know. I think. So this is the rotation of the direction now, which is basically the velocity. Get the transform, thrown glaive shirt, team offset. There we go, and then you set the instances. So wait, I guess I know exactly what this count is, right? So I can just go ahead and reserve this, because why not? Glaive GPU. No. Not again. I need to restart my computer. Unless I actually messed up. I think, oh wait, it's glaive thrown GPU. Okay, I actually messed up, thank God. It just got replaced in the control R. That was a big jump. Okay. Throw? Wait, that? Oh, I don't have a... Oh yeah, I don't have a glaive now, so look, I'm punching. Cool. I'm punching guy. The punching looks really bad. Okay. I am just going to speed up the punching. The problem is I think it's going to make it actually OP. This. The punching is kind of delicate. Something like this I'll try. That's probably not right. Let me reduce 50 off of each one. Because I want to have a cadence of like left, right, or like right, left, right, left, right, left. Okay, you gotta throw your glaive first. Okay, this feels a little bit less bad, but he still looks like an idiot. That's kind of okay if he looks really stupid, though, I think. Doesn't do damage yet. Okay, so I gotta, for now, be able to pick up my glaive. I think the way I'm gonna have this work, it's kind of bad to do it like this. You're gonna have to stand on your glaive for like half a second only, because I want that to become a mechanic in the game. So for example, when you return the princess, you're gonna have to stand around, like touching the princess for like 4 seconds without the enemy team being there too. So I'm gonna do this, and it's not gonna make sense because it's supposed to have a circle around it, and it doesn't yet. That's probably okay. So I'm gonna have a return progress. And because of this, it's gonna have a client value. So this will have a glaive return speed. Return duration, like I said, is probably half a second. Glaive reset duration is probably an entire second. So if you let go, it starts going back the other way. You're not going to visually see it yet. Return reset. Okay, but that's okay. So I have to add now client and return progress. Clients. Okay. So owner is this guy, if you still exist. How do I do this? I guess just if really basically distance squared between your position and the glaive's position is less than. Now I have a glaive return radius. I think something really big like 2 might make sense here. That squared. If it's less than, I guess, or equal to, it doesn't matter. That squared. Rounded glaive return progress is minimum. Plus dt over glaive return duration. Okay, and 1. Otherwise, whoops. You know, let's just do this. Plus equals this. dt over glaive return reset duration. And then I'll clamp it. Okay. If this is greater than or equal to 1, in fact, oh, this kind of makes it awkward. Whatever, I'm gonna do this for now. Technically, this progress value should be interpolated, which I can do very easily, but I'm not rendering it yet. Interpolate this. Okay. Remove make returning glaive. Oh wait, no, that's not really what you do. You just say owner, oh wait, if owner and earner hat type. You know, that's a good point. What do you do if he's no longer a glaiveblade? You delete it? I guess this should be something different. I'm gonna do this for now, but oh, you know, maybe you shouldn't be allowed. Oh, this is smart. This is an entirely different thing. Is this so? My thought is you shouldn't. You can change classes just by pressing a button between the tier 1 and tier 2 class. But for example, you can't be sitting and you can't be casting. Those are the same 2 requirements to be able to cast a new spell. But now I'm thinking you should have to have your glaive equipped. Like you can't throw your glaive and change classes. I guess you can. Okay, so if you're not in, if the owner is dead, remove it. Otherwise, it'll stay in the ground forever. Also, okay, this logic is just not exactly right. This can go here. This is like universal for now. This actually, if there's no owner, don't really care. It's just gonna always reduce its progress. So then I also have to compensate by adding this to this guy as well. So no matter what, it tries to go back down to 0. Okay. And so if the owner doesn't exist, or you're not a glaiveblade, it tries to reduce the progress back down to 0. If the owner doesn't exist, then specifically, it removes it from the game. That's probably okay. Now you try to clamp it. Yeah. I guess I'll have one more else then. Well, wait, what? No. It's really awkward. I could do this here. If there's no owner, then just remove it. Otherwise, do actually everything. And then even this could be in here. I guess that makes sense. Okay. So then I do know there's an owner at this point. Don't have to check that. If you're a glaiveblade and you're inside the radius, start the return. If I don't need this, if it is, clamp it. If it's supposed to be returned, return. Well, okay. Owner, I know he's a glaiveblade. Wait, no, I do not, technically. If he's a glaiveblade, as glaive is true. And then remove this. So this will be good enough for now. Kind of complicated. So basically, you should have to stand near it. I might go ahead and add the circle. It sounds kind of fun. You have to stand near it for half a second, and then it pops back into your hand. There goes. That doesn't look right, by the way, when it hits the ground. That doesn't look right at all. That one did. One did too. That didn't even... Oh, it was tracking him. Okay. It looks so fucking weak and pitiful. What do I do about that? It's so sad. Oh, I think I know. I think in the archer class, when you shoot an arrow, it adds a little bit of distance. I think. Aim position plus arrow height, which is the start of the arrow. Okay, I'll do this. That seems reasonable. So you're adding the offset to the ground to where you're trying to aim at, and it'll go through that spot. That's a pretty reasonable solution. That's dashing. Where's throwing? There we go. Glaive transform, I already got. Start position is, I'll call that glaive position. And then glaive height. That would be glaive position Y minus goblin last position Y. That should work. Now aim position plus equal glaive height. Okay, the glaive should go farther. I think it's still gonna look kind of sad with how slow it is. It does go farther. It is really slow. I'm just gonna speed it up. This matches the arrow now, I think. 0.028, I think that's an arrow speed. It's probably fair to have it be arrow speed. I don't know, that's pretty fast. For the follow. That maybe is okay. Maybe it should be in between. 6. Okay. That's fine. I want to see how hard it tracks goblins. If I throw it like at the sign. Okay. Okay. Okay, that was pretty tracking. Yeah, that feels good. It feels really good to throw your glaive. Where the fuck did it go? Huh? Glaive? Oh, I didn't throw a piercing glaive. Hey, I didn't think about this. I guess by nature of it having to land on the ground to pick it back up, it always has to be piercing. So for the thrown glaive, piercing is true, and this becomes charged. And now have something like glaive thrown, charged is charged. Sure. I guess goes like here. Always piercing. What? In fact, I don't even need that then. I don't have to say piercing. Oh, because it's in the projectile. Okay, so yes, I do. It's just, it's not setting it in the glaive, it's setting it in the generic projectile, so fair enough then. If it's charged, render this thing. You never remove a thrown glaive now. Okay. Good. And it does more damage if it's charged. Let's do the little arrow, I guess. Or not the little arrow. Let's do the little circle. I guess I'm done with this. You can throw. And task add, you can pick your weapon up off the ground. Task done. Did that too. Okay. What do I do? I'm gonna make it. I'm just gonna make it 512. And I'll probably reduce the size by half. I don't really know. Probably should be like this. So something like, okay, so 64 in each dimension will be okay. So it'd be 512 minus 128, 384. There. Is that enough? Probably. Okay. Now, how do I want to do this? I really don't want to bake into the alpha channel. Yeah. So this thing will be not transparent. And then, yeah, I wish you could in Photoshop and other software bake into alpha channels, but like, I guess the way things get compressed, it's essentially impossible. You have to like the only way I know to do it reliably is export two textures and merge them in code, which is very stupid. So where is, I need a, okay, gradient overlay. It is angled? Angled. Red. This looks correct, except perceptual to linear. This is probably okay. Okay, let me check the colors though. So like, wait, what? Oh, that makes sense. Here, yeah, they do kind of feel like they're going linearly. This doesn't feel linear anymore. Yeah, okay, they're not linear. I was lied to by Photoshop. Work. Decap 1, rating with 22. Thanks, man. Big raid. How's it going, guys? So I'm currently, I guess I'll show what I've been working on. How was your stream? Thanks for the follow. Yeah, if you guys want to check out my game, Fat Goblins on Steam, then please feel free to wishlist it. What are you working on, Teacup? Piercing is not found. Okay, let me fix this up and then I'll show this real quick. Charged. Tower defense game? Nice. And what? Is it custom or like in an engine or what's going on? Also, if you have anything to share for your game, then feel free to share it. Custom engine? Nice. So this is what I'm working on. Fat Goblins. It's a kind of castle battle game with 2 teams. And right now I'm working on the glaiveblade. This is also a custom engine. So right now, this doesn't exactly work yet. As you can kind of see, it's a little bit weird, but you throw your spear thing, your glaive, and then you can pick it back up. That's what I'm currently working on. This guy has a bunch of other abilities that I have finished, but not entirely. Like this. He also has a dash reset thing. Yeah, that's about it. Do you have to take strong requests? No, but I mean, if you had a song request that kind of fits the theme of what's playing, I'll probably play it, I guess. Given that it's in Jai, it would have been very surprising to see a non-custom engine. True. Although, there are currently some bindings there's bindings to Godot in Jai that exist that I know of. Technically, you can use Godot with Jai. This ability feels so fun to use, because you can get in and get out. So fun. Anyways, play every Michael Jackson song that's your request. I mean, I can just play Michael Jackson. Why not? I'll just play the artist playlist. I'll just go down the list. Why not? So yeah, this game's on Steam if you want to check it out and wishlist it because it helps the indie algorithm a lot. But yeah, TCAP, if you're still here, if you want to share something, then feel free. So what I was working on was sometimes these spear throws, I think it's really funny that before you upgrade the class, you have to manually go get your spear, otherwise you have to punch. So when you pick up the spear, there's that little delay you see when that doesn't look right. When you're standing here, it picks it up after half a second. That's a new mechanic in the game. So that's going to be this. So this is what I'm trying to check at the moment. I'm trying to see if it's actually linear. Which... it's definitely not, because this is 186 and this is 124, so... right? I'm not crazy, right? Oh wait, but... 255, 124... I mean, wait. 0 to 124. So if it's actually linear, this would be 250. Okay, it's not linear. Fuck. Oh, I didn't see what just happened. I missed the event. Are there quests in this game? Not really. Thanks for the follow. There's not quests, but there is... Here, I made this really shitty thing. Can I even show it? I think I don't have it set up. I'll try. I have a rune system where you can... where's my thing? Load scene, and then right when this renders, okay, title scene. I have a rune system where you can play a class and just basically... huh? Scene manager? What's it called? Title. You can play a class and just get points with him to upgrade your runes, which improves your class, and it's kind of like a roguelike-y thing. The runes combine together to do interesting things. So, let's see if it works. This. It doesn't really work. A lot about this looks incorrect at the moment. And also this looks like shit at the moment. But yeah, this is the rune system. I very quickly just got this rendering. It's not at all correct yet. But that's the closest thing I could think of the quest, so. Oh, you're right. Yeah, hang on. There you go. That was a good song, though. My Windows menu was broken for a week, but it's working again. Woo! That, huh? I don't know what that means. So that's what I'm working on. So right now I'm trying to figure out why this red thing here is used for math. So it has to be linear. But everything I have tried so far is not linear. So what is 255 over 4? 63. So yep, this is not linear. Maybe. I don't know why. Are you using color black for transparency for this image? Yeah, just for this image, because I want this to be a 2-channel image. But I mean, I could actually smoothness, that must be it, right? That must be why. Linear. Did that fix it? Please. Nope. Which format for the textures? In general, just, well, the way most of my formats work is I'll do something like save it as GOB or PNG or whatever I want, OBJ, and then when you load it in the game, I have some stuff set up. So like, it serializes just about everything. Which this should be made more simple, I guess, but so this is loading a GOB for this bomb into the serializer, which just loads the geometry and returns the geometry. So the actual geometry, like the unwrapped geometry, which is just literally this struct, is serialized and then put in this file. So if this file exists, this is what it loads. So essentially everything is just on disk as raw memory, and it just gets loaded into my game without any processing. And then when your GOB file hash changes, it regenerates the data. Yeah, so everything in the game is raw memory. The actual asset files do not matter. That's what I would do. Yeah, it's a really nice system. Okay, so why isn't this linear? There's some other stuff like, okay, radial is not it. I mean, it has to be angle. Align with layer. No. Well, what about this guy? Wait, did I not apply it? Is that why none of this stuff is working? Smoothness, 0. I mean, I'm sure that did not fix it. That, in fact, that made it worse. I can see it visually. Yeah, that made it worse. Yeah, and my serializer also, I put quite a bit of effort into it, although it's kind of bugged at the moment, but my serializer has, it's all Jai metaprogramming, or like whatever it be called, Jai stuff, runtime metaprogramming stuff to essentially write out the instructions for how to serialize specific structs, but also you can serialize and deserialize in what I call reuse memory mode. So when you do that, instead of writing it out in a way that has to be processed, it's actually just writing the blocks of memory as they would be in the game into the file. And so when you load it, if you're in reuse memory mode, all it's doing is updating the pointers to point to the file memory. So the implication of that is like, if you have something like a resizable array, it's now basically corrupted. But if you're just reading from it, it's fine. So that's kind of cool. Let's see what this does. I feel like if Photoshop calls something linear, it should really actually be linear. Why is the green and blue different values? What the Ideally, you'd be doing that with your memory viewer too, so there's no memory viewer. Image viewer. No, the processing is good. The processing is good because it keeps your raw files something coherent and easy to work with, and it only updates to the serialized version on file change because it saves a hash. The serialized loader, this thing saves a hash, this thing. And it saves a serialized struct, which includes this hash, which is a generic hash and a size, and then the data. So it automatically handles that. So I can basically have, if I wanted to, I could have every single thing in my game as an OBJ, which, you know, is like notoriously a bad format. It's a text format, and my game would still load in like 0.1 seconds. So it just makes it like there's very little divide between the things that are editable and the actual, like, you don't have to care about anything, basically. That's why it's so nice. And the baked serialized stuff does get shipped with the game, so there's no problem there either. Like the .geom files, that's what actually goes with the game. Yeah. Okay, I can't do it this way. I don't know what to do. GTA 5 opens in like 4 minutes, but people still play it. Well, that's not a very good argument for... That doesn't mean I want it to open in 4 minutes. Gradient layer. Hey, Google. How did I just do that? Where did that go? Where did the gradient render go? Layer. So I could do this. It doesn't have to be perfect either. Maybe I should go... Oh, I have an idea. What the fuck is this? Okay, screw all this stuff. I have an idea. It should not be linear. Actually, it should be. Okay, well, my point is, I'm just going to save it as this. I actually don't want it to be linear exactly because I want it, the animation should have an ease to it. So it should go like fast and then to slow and then like dink when you're charged. So I will save this. We'll save it once Photoshop lets me. Hang on. But the problem with that is no transparency. Okay, this should work. I technically have to get rid of... the green layer, but whatever. Okay, let's just save this. Let's just go on with it. Circle indicator. I guess I'll make an indicators folder. So yeah, the reason that's it will be okay for that reason, but I would actually want it to be linear and then control the ease of it in the shader. That would be much better, but oh well. So How do you make the circle change in a circular way? So that was the purpose of the red. So I will show that. It shouldn't take me that long to get this set up. So this one, a lot of the stuff I do not yet serialize, like this I'm not going to serialize actually, because I just don't want to yet. So the red data inside the circle I can use along with the progress value to ease it. You can do progressive fade away based on the red channel where red is time. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so I have to, this is, how's this gonna work? This is technically a decal. Okay, so I have a decal system. I think I want to throw it in here. Indicator. It can be a generic indicator because probably they should all work the same. Oh, one other thing I wanted to try. Kind of off topic. How are you using databases for this game if you are? I think I am not yet. I will though. And I will just use probably Postgres SQL. Because that binding exists in Jai. I've worked with that binding a lot actually already for another project. So I'll just hook up into that. Because it's written in C, so it's very compatible with Jai. There's also a SQLite binding. What are you going to store? You basically your Steam account will be associated with an actual account, an ID. So I'll store their Steam account, and that'll also be linked to like a custom account if and other stuff, a custom account ID. And then likewise, I'll have like a Nintendo account linked to a custom account ID. And so your custom account ID will track all your progress. That's how it's going to work. But I have not done any of that yet. Okay, I'm not going to do this yet, but what I want to do, actually, I'll do it by hand. Yeah. So we will make a clipping mask of something that is solid red onto this. And why is it not there at all? Because I guess I have to apply this. So instead of applying it, I think I can put this in a folder and make it no pass through. Now? Okay, good. So it has some red on it, right? Now, likewise, I'll do another clipping mask, and this one is white. So I just want to see if this will work. Is this too much, maybe? Doesn't look very good at all. It will store my outstanding KD. What are you going to store? Yeah, that's what I'm going to store. Only use stances KDA. This is laggy. This is for sure not how I should be doing this. Well. Oh well. This is gonna look so bad. But it'll get the idea across for when I go back through and improve it. I love making shit art. Then I just make the edges a lot more white, I guess. Okay, whatever, that part's fucked up. It's all fucked up, man. Who cares? You can store the K part then and don't waste the precious mirror with the D. I'm gonna have a special feature in post-game lobbies that no matter who's playing, it will show your KDA, your average KDA you stance. It'll be like, here are the 32 players in the lobby. By the way, here's Ustance's KDA. This is how you compare. Okay, so this is obviously way too white. So it should be something like that, 50. And then I have to do this here to be sure the very ending. Wait, wrong way. The very ending right here has to be actually white. Okay, good enough. Wow, it has an edge little bevel thing. Let me save the raw file. Raw indicators. Circle. This is gonna look... that was annoying. It's gonna look interesting, but probably like shit. Steam review. This game is great, but the red grain is so bad. You can read people's KDRs in most games, but you have to click on their name. FPS, of course. I don't know what you mean by I don't know. What does that last question message mean? What do you mean you can read most people's KDRs? Do you mean like from their profile? Or in the post-game lobby? The Michael Jackson song. Oh, definitely I cannot do that. Okay, so we will create a circle. Oh shit. Indicate. Okay, this is how it's going to work. Create indicator particle. It should not transpose. That's not good. No more transposing. Anything, never transpose. Decal particle shader. Instead of transposing, where is a good example of this? This is transposed. Automatic transposing. On their profiles in other games. Oh. Okay, I'll play Not Like Us then. I guess we have a queue now. It's in the queue. All right, here's the indicator. So texture, okay, this will actually work. Wow, this chat is so advanced. Yeah. We have a Qbot, which is me. This is gonna be a texture 3. Which is the problem. Okay, how do I do this? How did I do it for the blood? The blood is kind of in the same bucket. Blood texture. I bet it's just a normal. Oh, it's a texture 3. Interesting. Okay. I guess it just works, huh? So this will be indicator texture Should upload. Do not yet upload because I'm going to convert it to being RG8. I guess so. Okay. So, indicators. Oh, this is different. Oh man, I don't want to do it this way. I really don't. I will do it this way for now. This is a circle indicator only, and I'm just going to pretend it's a texture 3, which I think will work. It should automatically detect the height of that. So let's look at circle indicator is indicators texture. Indicators texture. That sounds weird. Okay, fine. Indicator texture. Whoa. What the fuck? Help, I just switched to desktop 2. How do you switch back to desktop 1 on Windows? Click the task view button in your taskbar, Windows tab. I'm back. You could get behind. You could bind the GPT command to ask Chat GPT 4.0 to do what? Just anything? I'm down to get some Chat GPT stuff in here. I don't know what to do though. Okay, back to this indicator texture. Let's stick this into the decal particle system. So this is indicator texture. Decal particle shader. Okay, back to this now. When you create your indicator particle, give it a model and the time and indicator type. You're a Twitch chatter for a channel that streams game development. And I'm applying your tag with GPT. Read all messages to build context. What does it do then when you do the exclamation mark GPT? What's it do? Okay, so this is circle. Some AI response. GPT 4.0 might actually be cheap. I bet it wouldn't be. I mean, every time I stream, it would be like $1, but that's it. I'll do that if you guys agree to give me 100 bits every stream. When you do GPT, you send the question to Channel GPT, you give it the response. Yeah, that actually would be kind of cool. I got my first Twitch payout yesterday. I don't know how to do this. Let me look at texture 3. Maybe it has data I can just read from. It does. It has depth. That's what I need. Okay, it's going to be kind of automatic then. So index is texture count is indicator texture depth. I think that's how you do it. I made $80 for my fucking 100-something hours of streaming. I'm pretty good at streaming. index, which is indicator type, I guess. I'll just make it an int. All right. Hey, how's it going? Wait, is that an I at the start of your name? I don't actually know. Lancho works. Okay, I think this is kind of done. This is what it will have to do for now. This will probably work. Decal type is indicator. And then I just have to add the really, really simple type. And you just say something like, it's a indicator texture. Oh wait, is it even this easy? Yes, it's text because it already does all this math for me. And what the fuck is this stuff? What is it doing? Blood texture, blood color. So this is just the alpha. That's why it's so weird. Okay, got it. So for me, I only want this. RG. And then I'll set this guy to something like 1 for now, color G? Can you do that? You're probably allowed. There is a bug. Are you sure? I'm sure you're right, actually. But I'll find out in a second. I think I'm ready to run it, aren't I? I feel like I've missed something. I guess what I've missed is that I'm never actually drawing it. Let's just see if it compiles at all. What bottom left of the screen? Are you talking about the little creature? Thanks for the follow. Depth. Depth is not a member of texture. What? I think I made this indicator texture. Indicator texture. A texture 2. It's a texture 3. My room is getting hot. No problem. Always follow Jai lovers. Nice. I really want a way to find Jai streaming people more easily. Hope that happens soon. Why is my FPS so low? It just went down to like 130. What the fuck? What is my FPS right now? Did that actually unthrottle me? Why does it say my FPS is so low? What's happening? 145? I feel like it's not actually unthrottling me. It's exactly at 144. VSync goes down really low for some reason. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to be able to figure this out right now. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, even rendering like 20%, it's 230 FPS. Something is very wrong. I will have to debug this. Not right now. Damn, rating was 78. Sparrow for ya. Thanks. Huge raid. How's it going, everyone? How was your stream? Thanks for the follows. This is my game I'm working on, Fat Goblins, which is a castle battle PvP game. There's the other castle. Right now I'm working on the glaiveblade. And basically, you can do these attacks where you swing and stuff, and it's very movement focused. So you can like dash and dash back and stuff and jump. And right now, I'm trying to make it so you can throw your glaive like this, and then pick it back up. Like that. Work. And it's kind of a problem because so when you upgrade this class, you shouldn't be able to do this by the way, but you can. When you upgrade this class, you can recall it back to you with an ability, but before you upgrade this class, you actually have to go manually pick it up off the ground, which is kind of funny. You can actually lose your glaive like forever. And then you have to punch the little punching guy. Yeah, thanks for all the follows. Thanks for the raid. If you have something you want to share, then feel free and I'll open it up on stream, like if you have a game you're working on or something. And so right now, what I'm actually doing is, this is supposed to be the indicator when you pick up the thing off the ground. So we're trying to draw that. Oh no, we good, just wanted to send the children somewhere. Alright, thanks, appreciate it. Big raid. But yeah, if you guys want to wishlist Fat Goblins on Steam, then feel free to, because it helps the algorithm a lot for indie developers. Alright. So this is the entire code for this specific indicator. So all I should have to do at this point is add this indicator. Later on, you will have a progress value, so I will go ahead and stick that there too. Yeah, this should probably work. Let me try it. This will happen then in the glaive throne manager when you're sitting on top of the glaive, which is this. Fat Goblins not seen. Oh yeah, I didn't share it. Thanks, Google. Yeah, the Steam algorithm specifically for indies basically only relies on wishlist, more or less. If you're not an indie developer, you have a lot more options available to you. Like Valve is willing to work with you, also pre-sales or whatever count and all this stuff. But for indie developers, it's literally just wishlist. So if you don't get wishlist, you're screwed. So here's the return progress. I guess I'll clamp it. So it's like clamped, and right here, I'll go ahead and do this. We create the particle at, okay, this might be awkward. We're gonna guess and then figure it out from the guess. So you create the particle. What does it need? A model indicator transform. Translation matrix 4 of the grounded glaive position is the center of the transform. And so what's awkward about this is I think I have to transform it 90 degrees. We will see. Time indicator type is a circle. Progress is, I can actually do that. That is a progress value. But yeah, that's right. What if the best game has very few wishlisters? The problem is you're basically rolling the dice. I need to completely rewrite my Lexer. Oh. Lexer for what? What are you working on? It's basically rolling the dice because I would think the best game would still actually do well just because there are streamers that specifically go through and try and find shit games. And they would play it and be like, what the heck, this game is awesome. The problem also, though, is that my game is single player, and although I plan to add bots, I guess I can run it now. Whoops. It's, I guess it's a float. I plan to add bots, so like if people don't play my game, I plan to add bots and a web version. Both of those should help with like the survivability of the player base. But whoops, I meant to throw. Okay, it was nowhere to be seen. It's also way too fast. Let me make it, for debugging, 10 times slower. And like I thought, I think I have to rotate this by, I'm gonna just say like, create, what's it called? Make rotation quaternion. I can rotate it around, I guess, the x-axis by, it's either pi over 2 or negative pi over 2. Bots don't grief and insult you. They might. I can make them yell stuff. There's voice lines in the game. and GLSL shaders inside GI file is GLSL shaders inside GI files with the GLSL keyword in any other language like C++ Rust. It's just so yeah. GI is a language made by Jonathan Blow, which is still in beta, but that specifically is just strings inside the GI file. Wait, what is GI? Okay, it's nowhere to be seen. My little thing. Fuck. So yeah, GI is actually, I think I have a thing. There you go. But the GLSL thing is just a string, and it's basically like this syntax to create a string just says everything is a string until you have this keyword or whatever, this thing again here. And the purpose of the GLSL is just because the VS Code plugin I'm using for GI syntax highlighting respects this as a language type. I see. I thought he made some special syntax to handle shaders in some special way. No, well, not really. This is kind of a special syntax. This shader part stuff, I have like my own shader dependency system. But that's it. That's all I have going on. Yep. Okay, so I need to be able to see. I guess it would make it a lot easier to do this if I just render white. And so this type, the type of this particle is expected to be 2.0. And it is an indicator, and that is what I'm giving it. And then I return this. Oh, I'm not doing it right. I am stupid. It gives you back the GPU bit and the CPU bit of the particle, and then you have to actually add it. It's a particle system. Add particle, GPU, CPU. Okay, now this might work. You built your own game engine? Yep. This is all custom. Okay, that's doing something. What's happening here? So like I said, I'm rendering just white at the moment. And it's a decal. And it's flickering like that because I'm adding the decal. I think this is why, right? Hang on. Update and render. Yeah, this must be what's happening. I'm adding the decal in an update method, but then it's getting removed most likely. Although I don't see it doing this, which is concerning. It's getting removed in the render method. It has to be. Thanks for the follow. Check out Fat Goblins on Steam. Update and render. Well, I am almost sure that's what's happening, although I don't actually see where that's happening, but thanks for the follow. Decal particle system render. So let's just, this is pretty easy to fix, kind of. This is also why I have this note that it needs to be interpolated. When this goes into the render method, technically at that point, it needs to be interpolated. So these are the grounded glaives right here. This is rendering, adding them into the instance renderer for them. Now, I will create the same thing. I'm gonna just not interpolate it, and it's gonna not look perfect, but that's okay. And then get the GPU particle, get the CPU particle, and add it. And I don't see any problem with this, so let's try it. Okay, that did work. It is a solid color now. Now, I want to actually try and render the circle, which should be the green channel of this, because it's red-green texture. It's a 2-channel texture. There it is. That doesn't look right. Huh. So, I mean, it's pretty... I have a lot of messages. Hang on. Oh. It is pretty obvious what's happening. Because if you look at this, this is my circle. Why is it affecting green, though? Am I just dumb? This... Oh, I am just dumb. Okay. You subbed.
Done.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm also... I guess I should show more of my game, huh? Because I have quite a lot of people here. So this is white. I kind of just want to subtract the red, don't I? Can I just do that, maybe? But if I do like... So if I do subtract... That did not do anything. Yeah, I should show more in my game. I haven't done anything. Subtract. Oh, it's because... Well, it makes sense, I guess. So I can manually subtract, maybe. So instead of subtracting, I mean, it's just a single color. Oh, I forgot this is how it works. Okay. Instead of subtracting, I can make it... You can't see this screen, but hang on one second. Instead of red, it will be red and green, which is, I guess, yellow. And then likewise, 255, 255, and then that's yellow. And so now if I look at these colors... Only the blue is changing. I have not done this right. I have to change the gradient. Would you recommend watching Handmade Hero? I think probably. I haven't watched it really, but I know he does... Casey makes really good stuff, so probably. And I think I have watched some of his videos, for example. Just bear with me while I fix this off stream. This has to be 0. Whoops. I have watched some of his videos, for example, for, what is it? The GJK algorithm. He does make very good videos for sure. Okay, so now this is basically fixed. Let's re-export this. It's gonna be ping on. Okay, did I do it right? I think this is the right color for the data. That is not what I meant to do. I'll just rename this. This is technically going from 0 red to 100% red now. So when I render using the green as the alpha, it should be opaque. Have you played The Witness and Braid? No, actually, but I have seen people play both, which is also kind of why I'm not as interested anymore. Okay, there we go. It is opaque now. So that was the goal. And after 5 entire seconds, you pick it back up. So now I can add the actual progress bar. Have you watched the newer ones? I have not, no. Oh, GJK, that seemed well done, but it's a bit complex to me at the time. Yeah. I mean, it is complex. I wrote my own physics engine for this game, which I should not have done. But I did that, and so I had to like actually understand it. And so I have like, this is the result of the GJK algorithm, which this is not actually using Casey's video. A lot of it is, but you can see like I have a normal GJK. I have a complex version of GJK that returns other data, which is a lot more complicated, and then a directional GJK. Directional GJK is, I mean, this is probably very complicated to explain on stream, but if you know the EPA algorithm, which takes the result of GJK and resolves it in a direction, you can actually kind of merge the two algorithms, and you can resolve GJK in one step with a specific direction. So you can actually figure out how to move an object to resolve two convex shape collisions in a specific direction. So this algorithm is very nice for that. Anyways, yeah, I was in this stream like a month ago and you talked a bit about GJK. Yeah. I mean, I still use GJK for like everything in my game. It's just very fast. Decal particle system. Oh, I still have not shown more in my game. I'll do it in a minute. So there's a start value. I need to figure out where to put my progress. There's a start value that I might just take over. It's a flat float, so that would work actually, and that is only used in blood and fire. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. So I'll say like alpha is smooth step between color red. Am I doing this right? Maybe. Let me look at smooth step exactly. Hang on. Smooth step is edge 1, edge 2, so then color red plus some anti-aliasing, and then V start. So V start, I could also say define progress as V start. This is maybe better to do, I don't know. A lot of times when I'm overriding attributes like this, I define them, which I think this is how you do it. Guess I'll call it V progress. So here's my alpha value, which then actually has to be multiplied by color green, which is the actual alpha value. So this is like the progress alpha value. So I guess I'll call it progress. And then alpha becomes progress times alpha. Okay, so now I just have to set start to the progress value. All right, let's try it. It might work. You like Mariah Carey songs? Not particularly, but also I can't even think of any off the top of my head, which is why I say not particularly. What you doing right now? Trying to make the circle progress, which this... Okay. I wanted to do the opposite of this. It is progressing, see? But I think I'm using the red value incorrectly. So there's a couple different ways to do it. It's hard to know what I should do. Bet you remember. If I heard it, I would for sure. I just don't know the name of like anything in life at all. I'm gonna try this first. Alternatively, if I were to just take this plus 0.02 and put it here, it would flip the colors. But the thing is, I don't know on which side of the gradient I want the plus 0.02. Because it actually changes things. Shit. That... I don't think that's right. Stop throwing it so far. So that white value is supposed to be doing the opposite of this. Are you indie dev full-time? I am, yeah. Don't know names. Tell me, please, off the top of your head, what GJK stands for. I can't do that. I know that is 3 names. They're like really complicated names too. Since when? 2.5 years or something. I was originally working on a game called Into the Spirit Well, which that was delayed to work on Fat Goblins. Okay, so this is not right. I'm gonna go back to this idea. But it's using the same graphics library. So my custom game engine, custom graphics library, that is it's all being updated. That's what I will probably work with forever. What did you do before indie game dev? Before this, I worked as a graphics engineer at Oculus. That's what I did, basically. Nothing here is working. I think I have done the wrong color. Wait, no, I think I know the problem. Hang on. I think the problem is that I have to invert the V progress value, and then I can go back to doing something like this. Can you tell us how you learn programming? I originally got into programming. Wait, this looks... that's still not right. Hang on, I will in a second. I want to look at this first. Okay, so my thought is the parts that are 0 get colored in first. Do I have that not right? So this is red when I go down to the bottom. Okay, I basically do have it right. This, the data is right. So the way I'm using the data is not right. I got into programming like 15 years ago or something or more. Work in Gary's mod, actually. If you know Gary's mod, you know like wire mod and all that stuff. I used his first. I used the wire mod a lot to do cool stuff in Gary's mod. Fuck. So the implication of it filling up like this is it's filling up. It's filling up the white first. So yeah, Gary's mod, there's wire mod where you can like do stuff with logic in the game, like hook up turrets to sensors to shoot people and stuff. And so I got into that, and then in wire mod, that's like gates, like, yeah. And wire mod is the programming extension of that, so. This isn't working. Just inverting it. This might work. How'd you get into graphics? I mean, I when I got into Expression 2, there's also, which is the programming part of wire mod, there's also a way to make games. There's also a way to make games in it, kind of, like really bad games, because you could render 3D shapes, like primitive 3D shapes only. So I did it that way, and then a friend of mine in high school, and we started just making games in Java. This is actually driving me crazy. It makes no sense that it's rendering this part first. Wait. I have to not do this, but negate it. It's not the same thing. There's only so many combinations of this step function I can try. One of them's gonna work, because I know the data's right. Wait, explain what you're doing with the spear out loud. I'm making it so when you stand on the spear, maybe it will help you. Well, no, I know exactly what I'm doing. It's just I don't want to think about the math, so I'm just like completely guessing all the math over and over. It's my fault for just purposely being stupid. But yeah, with the spear, yeah, that's not right. Okay, I'm not able to do it this way. I have to do it a different way. Time to change this. I mean, what if I do this? So this is red. What if I say if v progress, this will be interesting, float progress is 0. If v progress is greater than color red. Oh, that's the problem. I get it now, I think. Progress is 1.0. So I think this should work. And I have to swap around. The progress value is actually the step. The red value is the value. Did it work? Oh my god, it didn't work. Hang on. Yeah, this makes no sense. This red here is 0. As you go towards the edge, the red becomes 100. So my logic is saying, if the progress value, which goes from 0 to 1, if the progress value is greater than red, which gets larger towards the edge, then it becomes opaque. Yeah, this doesn't make sense to me. What if I render alpha as color red to try and debug my shader? Alright, what I miss? Two best things about the game. I think a lot of the classes, they play really well. Like, it's really fun to play the classes, and the interactions of the things are fun because of that. So yeah, see, this makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? I'm trying to fill up the black part right there first. So oh, you can look at the white edge is really not good that exists. I have to fix that, but in my opinion, it's cool. 6v16, yeah. Not sure if he has the clip, but you could chain 3 rangers and have one guy throw the ranger and they all 3 go flying. Yeah, a lot of the classes have like cool interactions. Let me check the the progress value is for sure going from 0 to 1. So I should be able to say, if the progress value is greater than the red value, the alpha is 1. If the progress value, which is v start, I guess let me check this. There's only so many things left. Progress, which is start. Yep. When I create the indicator particle, return progress, that does go from 0 to 1. Okay. What happens if I do this? Crackly music static? Hang on, that's probably my audio interface. Let me fix it real quick, hang on. Okay. I'm gonna go back to another playlist also. Is it fixed? My audio interface is fucked up. Hey, this is like almost exactly what I need. You see that? Why does that one work? That's exactly what I need. So, see, my logic is right. You would think then, if you just multiply it by the alpha, I bet if I export it with actual alpha, it works. So the alpha is green. I'm gonna export it like this. I give up. That was my computer. I give up. I wanted to do 2-channel stuff, but 2-channel stuff goes poorly. So there we go. Now it's 4-channel. This should just work. That's a vec4 of the color. The red value is still the progress. The alpha value is the alpha. Okay. I just thought of something and wondering if there's such a thing in some language. So assertions are very useful when developing, but of course not very good for performance because they should never trigger, but like an extra instruction that you have to happen. Is there a thing assert developing? Yeah, there is. That exists. In most languages that exists. And in Jai it exists. Yeah, so let me look at this real quick because I think I fixed it. Yay, it's fixed. It looks really bad, but it's fixed. There's the progress bar. All that problem because I was trying to do a 2-channel texture. Of course. I think what was happening, by the way, when I bake it into a 2-channel texture, I don't think it just strips the alpha channel. I think it moves the alpha channel to the blue. I think that was the problem. So let's add this back now. So yeah, I'll show you in a second. Actually, I'll just show you now. When you look at the assert in Jai, if you have asserts enabled, this is the assert function. It actually asserts. If you do not have asserts enabled, it basically, this expand takes it out of the scope entirely. It like takes it out of the stack. So it actually puts it into the block of code that's calling it. So it has no cost and it does nothing. So it's literally gone. And then it discards all of your arguments. So anything you had going into here is now also completely gone. And yeah, it exists in every language base, every not shit language, basically. Yeah, like C has that, whatever that is, in C++, it's very easy. It'd be almost exactly like this in C++, like if def or whatever, blah, 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 blah. The trick with this, though, I don't think other languages have this discard argument. And so this actually screwed me just a few days ago because I had in my code, I was doing stuff like basically assert like audio thing, play audio. And so if this returns any value that's not 0, it's an error. So I was asserting on this. And when I discard the arguments to the assert, this is gone. So all of my audio is just gone. And I had to figure out, it was basically the assert optimization that was doing it. Because I was trying to build the in-release mode. And now, that's why I wrote this Jai meta program, meta assert discard. So basically, this is also why Jai is nice. I have this pretty simple meta program. It just checks every function call in your program. If you're ever calling assert, it's essentially not allowed to be a function. That's all this does. So if right now I were to say like assert, I don't know what a good example is. Random get 0 to 1. And I guess I have to like make it a boolean. Make it a boolean and might fuck it up. Yeah, so found invalid call to assert. You cannot have function calls directly in your assert parameters. And look. that's right here. So I didn't want to make that mistake again, so I spent like 1 hour and wrote that metaprogram. Anyways, I need to fix this now. If I'm understanding you right, could you just assert function is not 0? No, that entire thing, function is not 0, gets discarded. Which it should, I'd say. Okay, so this is too much for transparency. I don't really know what to do. I guess this is not simple to know what to do. No, it is, because this is based on 255, so I'd say it's something like this. And then, if I'm doing it this way, it would not be 1 until the progress value becomes 1 plus 2 over 255. Yeah, you can see it ended before it actually reached that bit, so you would take this guy and multiply it by 1 plus this. Thanks for the follow. So now it will, even with the smooth step that kind of anti-aliases it, it will reach 1.0. Although I'm not interpolating it, so that's next. Yeah, it got a lot closer. The remaining problem is the interpolation, I think. Never runs. That's what you mean. My bad, I'm a bit stupid. It never runs, kind of like 1 and... Yeah, you could think of it that way. Oh, I have to fix my little dude. Hang on, again. I mean, the preprocessor just removes everything in assert. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. The standard C++ library assert covers this. It expands to nothing if in debug is defined. There you go. Yep. It's really, really common to do what you asked. This is really bad. Whoops. I guess I'm never destroying these. So... Huh. How do I do this then? I think I need, it's valid to be a float that can be cast back to this. Guess I'll make it 0 explicitly. So GPU type. So this is technically okay, and then I can if complete, because the problem is I just forgot to add it to here because I didn't know this existed. So I want an if complete case so I never forget that again. Case. Okay, so this is blood. This is lava. This one is more tricky. Destroy is... Start greater than equal to 1. Start is progress. Destroy. True. And I guess this is technically an assert. Unknown decal particle type. I also just learned, I think this must be new, which I've wanted this for a while, which is why I think it must be new. You can do this syntax, because previously everything I was doing, I was t-printing into the assert, which it does t-print into the function call, no matter whether or not the assert is valid. But this way, It's essentially the same thing, but it doesn't actually do the tprint operation until it detects it needs to. So it's really nice. Thank you, Jai. It's very simple, but thanks. I don't know how I didn't think of that. No worries. Whoops. If complete that. Bro. Yay, it never goes away. Uh-oh. Oh. So these are supposed to be destroyed by the particle system. So I am kind of stupid. In fact, I don't even know how this was working before. Oh, because I had this default case of destroy false. Oh. So I guess actually I just want to always destroy if it is an indicator particle, and I'm just expected to re-add it every frame, and that's fine. Shouldn't the discard you mentioned earlier make sure tprint is not executed when asserts are disabled? Yeah, so when asserts are disabled, it's fine. That is true. But any non-production build would still be doing it. So yeah, that's why I didn't really care. I was still doing it like everywhere. So this works and this is done. But like, okay, there's two things. For one, when I make this actually interpolated, which is this, I'll do this right now. Interpolating it inherently is looking back in time. So when I render this, it's not going to be 1.0 when the logic detects it is 1.0 and it gets deleted. So you get this thing's return progress at the time, that's how it works, right? So that's a problem, but there are multiple ways to fix that. Get the value interpolator at a time and client. Okay. So this is the interpolated return progress. And now up here when I set this, you would say last value. So now you can just take this thing and do whatever you want with it. Clamp it. And then set it back. That's not how you do it. Time value. Okay. This is an empty value interp. Okay, let's see if I miss anything. So it looks okay. So it should be interpolated, but now when it finishes, I expect there to be like a 1 or 2 pixel gap when it reaches the end. I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but it's smoother now. It's hard to see the gap, I think, with how slow it's going. This is the actual return speed. I slowed it down for debugging. Whoa, okay. Is it noticeable? Yeah. I don't think it matters, but I'm already touching this code. If you look at the very top of the circle, it never completes. Like, the circle never finishes closing when it returns to you. So I can probably fix that in a kind of weird way. So I'm wondering if I should have, like, instead of a value interpolator, I could have like an indicator interpolator, and the indicator interpolator automatically has stuff to do this logic for you because it's very weird. Yeah, nice feature regardless. Yeah, you can kind of tell. Yeah. You know that's going to trigger some review writing OCD players. To be honest, I actually don't think anyone would ever notice. But I notice. So, okay, let's go fix it. The obvious way to fix it, which is maybe not the best way, is this is when I'm detecting that you should be done. Okay. There's two ways here. I think what I want to do is at the very start. So this updates the value and then instantly removes it. So I want to give it one frame where it's at a value of 1.0 in the render interpolated function before I remove it. So I have to check if the render interpolated value is 1.0 before I ever update the value. So you would say if something like get the grounded glaive return progress at this time. This is so ghetto. This is really stupid. I'm actually not going to do this. Let's try it though, because I think this works. But this is so stupid. Okay, and I have another way to do it. That's entirely using logic and not rendering logic. Okay, hang on. It should close. I think it closed. And just stop throwing it in a way where it's not visible. It's so fucking fast. Yeah, it's closing. I think it is closing. So the other way to do it, which is way less stupid, so every frame, it's updating it by this value, dt over whatever. Basically, this is the duration of the thing, and this is the delta time, right? And so I can use these two numbers and basically just predict what the value would be in the interpolated render function, which is much more simple to look at. So it'd be like if grounded glaive return progress last value. So it would be update rate milliseconds over the return duration. This is so fucking dumb also. God damn it. It's just as stupid, isn't it? Okay, I have another idea. I mean, I'll try this again because I already wrote it. Let's just see if it works. This is, yeah, so it's checking in the past by the render offset based on the duration of the animation. And the problem with this also is that I'm clamping it. So with this logic, this makes it even worse. With this, I'm not allowed to clamp it. I mean, you know, it's set a bool is true if it should be returned to get down the next room. Yeah, that might actually be better. Okay, so it did close again. So the other thing though is I could render it more in sync. This might just be the best way to do it. I could effectively say the render duration of this. This is kind of weird too. Render scale. So this is so much weird janky code. Okay. This is the return render scale. So this is the last value over this, which makes it larger, which is not what I want. Yeah, goes this way. Okay, so when I put it back into the actual interpolated thing, I take this and I divide it by this. All right, this should also do it. And if I just add some comments, this one is kind of nice. This one's okay. Works with clamp too. Yeah. The thing is, I try to keep, let's look if, does this work out? Goes so fast. Yeah, that does work, doesn't it? Okay, it does work. I try to keep the render method and the update method separate as much as I can. So if I'm like, I do that sometimes when it's absolutely necessary. Like it would be expensive to do it otherwise. Like with bones, for example, I store bone values and then do things with the bone values in the logic frames. For this, it's probably possible to do it without interconnecting the render loops and the update loops, so I would want to, probably. So these are all constants. This can be constant, I think. That looks stupid though, it's yellow. Okay, so this is the time ratio of how long it would take in the render loop to reach in the update loop to reach 1.0 versus in the render loop. Okay. That's the logic. I guess this works. The thing I hate about this yeah. The thing I hate about this is I'm going to have to end up doing this for every indicator that I make. So that's why eventually I think this should exist as its own logic somewhere. Maybe even in the decal system. So if I could do this, right? So in the decal, I'm getting really distracted, but in the decal system, I could change progress to delta time and then add a duration, and that would work very easily. Anyways, that's done. So now you can throw your glaive, pick back up your glaive. The last thing to do would be you can recall your glaive. Oh wait, before I do that, Okay, this will be the last thing I do today. The angle of the glaive when you're throwing it at this state is really bad. I need to fix this. So this is kind of hard to fix because there is just a single rotation of the glaive and it just gets attached to your hand. So let me zoom in on this. Basically, it just has to come out of your hand. It just has to come straight out of your hand. So the way to do it, I'm gonna get the, I think this will work. I'm gonna get the delta transform of my glaive and then store that as a value and interpolate over that delta transform. So let me also shut my window. My room is getting like super hot. Hang on. Okay, good enough. So I guess I need to do this relative to the individual origin. That would make it easier. Global space is fine though. That's not the origin. Median point? Fuck. Well, whatever. Looks good. Honestly, your stream is super cool. Thanks, man. I lately have been streaming every day. I don't know if I will continue doing it because actually, as far as I can tell, it doesn't help my game's wish list at all. But I might. Hey, thanks for the follow. So I'm gonna fix this first, and then, as much as I can, and then I'm gonna worry about like the yaw rotation or whatever, because I have no idea what the yaw should be based on what I just did. I guess the blade of it should be pointing away from his thumb. So like that. A few weeks ago, you were talking about maybe stopping because it's not getting as many wish lists as you would like. But yeah, the stream is really cool. Yeah, the other thing is I am going to have a Kickstarter for the game in 2 to 3 months. And so... Uh-oh, that way. It doesn't seem to help for wishlist, but maybe it will help for the Kickstarter. So I'm kind of inclined to continue doing it until then, maybe. I also should be doing like YouTube shorts and stuff, but I hate everything associated with all of that. And this is kind of a problem. This is gonna be so ghetto. What do I even do? Okay. So the problem is, see, this is the origin now, way up here instead of at 0, 0, 0. Yeah, I'm actually not 100% sure what to do. So my plan was get the rotation delta from the origin of the spear. And then just interpolate through the new rotation. But the origin also changes, and the origin has to be at 0, 0, 0 because the entire thing is a series of like matrix transformations to get it to go from goblin position to hand position to spear position or whatever this thing is. So I actually cannot interpolate the transformation. It would not work, I think. Does it help the Discord grow? I don't think so either. I think it does a little bit, but not as much as it actually slows down my game development speed. So I could try. I'm still gonna try this. I'm gonna ignore. I think I could maybe do this. There's two things I could maybe do. I could ignore the translational offsets and just take the rotation as a local rotation, and I could apply it at the end of the series of operations. So everything should maybe already be in the correct position, and then in that local space of the sphere, I am rotating it one more time. I think something like that might work. Otherwise, I just have to change the sphere to be always rendered in absolute space, so it won't technically be attached to the joint anymore. Those are kind of my only two choices. So let's try this. This should not, like, the transformation logic is hard to do, but getting it up and working should be very easy. So throw progress. So this is, I'm just going to say 0. Throw rotation is a quaternion of something. That's X, right? X, Y, Z, W. Okay. You rotate this by... Oh, this is the same shit. So I guess this will probably work. You just multiply the matrix by, I guess, like, you can also rotate it though, I think, but I guess I won't use rotate instead of multiply by the conjugate. This is the alternative to multiplying it by the transformation quaternion, and then the conjugate of it is you can use a rotate function. So anyways, I have to get the throw progress, which actually... That's not hard to do. It's the max of either of these weights. Oh, but... Fine. Throwing progress. So this is the maximum of get the weight of this, and get the weight of this. So I guess this will work. And then I have to pass it in. God damn it, I hate this function. Throwing progress is if your hat type is a glaiveblade. That should work. That's if you're dead. If you're dead, you're not throwing it. This is the title screen. If you're on the title screen, you're not throwing it. As long as you do it in last in the transformation chain, rotates and translation should be okay. Yeah, that was my strategy here. I'm not 100% sure. Squishpot, thanks for following. Okay. So now I have throwing progress. So, okay, this is immediately fucked. So there's two things I can do. Okay, so this is fucked because I don't actually have access to what's happening here. So the position and the translation have to do with, I think, the goblin. Yeah, render position, render rotation. Okay. So that would be first, I believe. And then it would be the right hand position, which is joints. So throw transform. I think I can still do this. Rotation. Make. What is this function name? Matrix. I think this is how this works. Yeah, you give it, okay, almost. You give it a type and a quaternion, so. Then I probably do this. So this is... This is fine. I'm also not interpolating it, but it's fine. What? Whoops, my bad. This is a bunch of math that I'm not very confident about. Okay. Interesting. Wait, that's almost kind of right. How did it end up that bad? So it's probably not last. So there's like a skinned bone. So this is what it's doing. U joint skin matrix. Okay, that is last. Well. The only other things I could think to try would be multiply it this way, which sounds very not right, in my opinion. Setting the rotation here, definitely not right. I won't even do that. The only other thing would be... I don't even know. That rotation with the conjugate, that's definitely right because I just did that today. Okay, it's even more incorrect. I think I have one other idea. I'm gonna try scaling this just for fun because sometimes this, like, let's just see. The goblin has a built-in scale of 0.9, which should, whoops, what'd I do? Spelled everything else wrong. It should be accounted for by the... Actually, I don't think anything accounts for it. Okay, well, it's still not right. It's interesting that it's facing the right way. So yeah, this would probably have to do with the fact that it has its position baked into its geometry. It's just not good. So I will try. Get rid of this. This will be my next step. I'm gonna try offsetting the position, and in my head this doesn't work. But if I interpolate the rotation linearly and I interpolate the position offset linearly, maybe it would stay in the same origin. I don't think that's how it works. And so this will be the last thing I try. Whoops. And then if I cannot get this working, which I probably cannot this way, I have to switch to rendering it not in local space to the hand, which is unfortunate, and I did that wrong. This is positive. Okay. Uh-oh. Throw transform is rotate this and throw rotation. Okay. Super not confident about this. And it works. Okay, so this part is possible to get working, but it's the interpolation that I think is gonna not work. So let's try the interpolation now. How do I even do that? So I will interpolate this first of all. Lerp. And a default quaternion 0001. Hey, Woodler. How's it going? By... Oh, yeah, I have the weight. Throwing progress. This is the weight. Okay, so now I'm lerping between... Well, I'm doing it backwards. I'm lerping between nothing and your throw rotation. Throw translation. Throw this one I could just do by saying that's it. Throw translation. Okay, so now both of these are linearly interpolated. When I stick them back into the matrix, I do not think it's going to work. Whoops. Let's try. Okay. Wow, it worked. I am honestly so surprised. Cool. I guess if you linearly interpolate a quaternion and a translation, they stay in sync. That's news to me. This, I feel like though, what I just did is kind of extremely ghetto, even though it works. Oh well. Yeah, so that's... This guy is almost done. You can do your little dash thing. Hey, wait, this looks bad. It looks okay. That's kind of cool that he starts in that position. And then, I haven't really showed off any of the game. I've been here waiting for this shit for too long. Thanks, man. You believed in the process. This guy also has some pretty cool explosive barrels. Uh-oh. Some other stuff like that. Yeah. Anyways, that's done. However, this guy looks so bad, his clothes and stuff. What's left is that... Uh-oh, it's bugged. I can't move, but I'm also sliding. What's left is I have to be able to recall it back to me, but I don't actually know if I want that in the base game. That might be an upgrade only. There are some upgrades that I have that are going to be when the game releases, like MVP upgrades. But I think it's pretty funny that you can throw your spear like accidentally over the wall. And it... Wait, this is like omega fucked. Wait, I can't even get it back. See, this is hilarious, isn't it? I really don't want to wait for Q4. Well, I can't do anything about that. There will be a playtest though for this game in like maybe just a little bit over a month. This is actually so funny to me. Oh, I got it. Damn it. Yeah, I love this. Where the fuck? Like, if you throw your spear poorly, you actually have to go get it back. And if you do something like that, where you get it stuck in a tree, which I don't know if I can do. God, you can throw that shit far. Then you have to try and, like, get it out of the tree. That's pretty nice. Shit, online playtest? Yeah. Online playtest. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it. I don't know if it's gonna be a regular playtest for the game, or if it's gonna be like a recording session for the next trailer. But, or maybe both, but I don't know. This shit can go far. Yeah, the little progress bar is nice. So what I have to do, maybe right when I finish this class, is everything in the game needs a progress bar like this, like that. So when I'm like charging up right now, I'm charging up my dash attack. This should have a progress bar under my feet. Damn it. Messed up. Do you know what release price is? Probably $12. Man, this class is so fun. 12 USD? Yeah. There will also be regional pricing, but I don't know how I'm going to do that yet. Damn it. Anyways, that's all I'm doing on stream. I'm going to try to find someone in host now. Pass the people on. I will stream again tomorrow. It's status. Thanks for the follow. Glaive stuff works. Tonight, I'm probably going to add hitboxes to all the abilities that don't have them, like punching. I'm also going to add combos to punching. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet. So yeah, tomorrow I'm going to be... doing the ultimate for this class, I guess, because now not in first release. Because it's really fun to have to go pick up your glaive like an idiot. So tomorrow, I'll probably be doing the ultimate for this class. Also, only within a valid radius, because it's still fun to pick up your glaive. And then also I need to start doing indicator progress bars on everything. Everything in the game can have that circular progress bar, and then I can go through and do I can make them all customized for each class after that, but it feels really bad that nothing has any indicators at all at the moment. So the Pantheon Ultimate thing is going to be pretty cool. I'll probably be streaming about 5 hours before right now, tomorrow. So yeah, if you guys want to wishlist the game on Steam, it helps a lot with the Steam algorithm, so please do that. Please wishlist the game. Is anyone doing anything in Jai or anything with a custom engine at all? Nope, just me. Custom game engine. This guy has 1 viewer. Alright, we're hosting 1 viewer custom game engine, man. It is English, right? Yeah. Nice. Twitch idol game. That might be kind of cool. All right, enjoy custom game engine Twitch idol 1 viewer man. I'll be back tomorrow with more progress done. See ya.